Conference on resource engineering. So today we will start our petroleum engineering session. We have 5 presentations today, so I believe this will be really informative and really insightful presentation. So to show the time, I would like to invite our first presenter, Mr. Tommy Erfano, as a corresponding author. But today, the presentation will be held by Ms. Nada Islami. So Ms. Nada Islami, her bachelor study, the Bachelor of Petroleum Engineering at Islamic University of Riau, 2020, and her working experience as a reservoir fluid analysis laboratory assistant at University Riau from 2022 to 2023, and also as a geophysics laboratory assistant at Islamic University of Riau from 2021 to 2022. So our presentation will be about simulation study analysis of the normal passport model and inverted passport polymer injection on H2. So now I would like to invite Ms. Nada Islami to the stage. Please, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, I am Fedidwi Amelia Putri from the Department of Petroleum Engineering, Islamic from the Department of Petroleum Engineering, Islamic University of Riau. And hello everyone, I am Fedidwi Amelia Putri from the Department of Petroleum Engineering, Islamic University of Riau. And it is an honor to present my team's research for the International Conference on Geoscience and Earth Resource Engineering. The title of the paper is Simulation Study Analysis of the Normal Phase Spot Model and Inverted Phase Spot Polymer Injection on X Field. For the first is introduction. Field X, which is located in the Indragiri Hulu district, has already undergone a secondary recovery stage. It has estimated reserve of 328,524 MSTB with recoverable reserve of 170,426 MSTB and a recovery factor of 51.9%. So effort are needed to increase production by adding injection and production wells. The injection used is polymer injection. The main objective in polymer injection is, the first is reduce water cuts. The second is improve the efficiency by increasing the viscosity of the polymer. The third is minimize polymer loss due to absorption. The next is prevent viscous pinching. And the last is increase water injection by preventing crossflow between vertical and heterogeneous layers. The type of polymer use a synthetic polymer like polyacrylamide and biopolymer polysaccharide. And this we have the data. The table can give you information about the oil well data. This we have density, elasticity, viscosity, and the other data. And this we have reservoir properties and model properties. You can see this table. And the next is method. The method used the CMG reservoir simulation method using polymer concentration of 500 ppm, 1000 ppm, and 1500 ppm at injection rate 4000 bpd, 5000 bpd, and 6000 bpd. The research was carried out by upscale with an enlargement of the reservoir model from the core width dimension of 51 times 51 times 10 grids. And this we have model illustration using CMG starf. Using CMG starf. This picture for model reservoir normal 5 spot. The normal 5 spot is when the production well surrounded by injection well. And this for model reservoir inverted 5 spot, if the inverted 5 spot when the production well surround the injection well. Same, we using the CMG star. And we next the discussion. The selection of the injection well pattern is very important so that the fluid injected into the production well is not loose and is right on the target. The selection of the well pattern must be by the characteristic of the reservoir and must be economies. And whether or not a pattern is efficient can be seen from the cumulative oil and water cut. This for the first scenario. The scenario is the model simulation result for normal phase spot. And we have various concentration. For the first concentration is 500 ppm, the second concentration we have 1000 ppm, and the last we have 1500 ppm. And we have three injection rate. For the first is the 4000 bpd, the color is red, and for the 5000 bpd the color is blue, and the last 6000 bpd the color is green. It can be seen at the beginning. For the graph, there's no difference between each concentration because at the beginning of the injection still use the water as medium driving oil from the reservoir. Then when injection is longer able to push the oil, the polymer is injected the forest concentration different injection rate. From the curve, it can be seen that injection rate of 5000 bpd the color is blue, this, and 6000 bpd the color is green, this, have a peak of oil rising compared to the injected rate of 4000 bpd. The color is red. This can happen because the polymer concentration used is large, such as at concentration of 1500 ppm. The next is water cut versus time. Same, we have 3 concentration and 3 injection rate. For the graph, we can see the sharp decrease for a moment and the end. The injection can occur due to the plugging effect. Plugging usually due to bacteria. So the dissolved polymer must be protected from bacterial attack by using biocide and oxygen can produce quickly. And the second scenario, say we have 3 concentration and 3 injection rate also. From the curve, it can be seen that the higher cumulative oil found at an injection rate of 6000 bpd with a concentration is 1500 ppm. So the higher the concentration, the higher the viscosity. And this water cut versus time for inverted phase spot, it can be seen that higher the concentration of polymer used, the greater the water cut decrease, but is followed by a drastic increase when the effect of reducing the water cut is over, because it's followed followed by a high injection rate in several scenarios. And the last is conclusion. Based on the simulation result, the maximum cumulative oil value is obtained in the 5-spot normal pattern scenario with a concentration of 1,500 ppm and injection rate of 6,000 bpd is 31,241 bbl with a water cut value is 92.78%. In the inverted 5-spot pattern scenario, it is found the cumulative maximum value in the inverted 5-spot pattern scenario with a concentration of 1,500 ppm and an injection rate of 6,000 bpd is 69,757.4 bbl with a water cut value of 94.81%. The higher the polymer concentration used, the higher the cumulative oil will be, followed by the higher the water cut. That's all for me, and thank you for your attention.
I hope the person enjoyed. So I would like also to introduce. Actually, we have two presenters in this presentation. They work together in this topic. This Miss Feni B. Amelia Putri. She also did her bachelor study in Islamic University of Riau, petroleum engineering, 2020 until present. She also together with Ms. Nada Islami, working together in reservoir fluid analysis laboratory as an assistant and in Islamic University of Riau, 2022 until present. So now I would like to open our session for the question and discussion session. Please feel free to ask a question for all of you and also the audience in Zoom meeting. So unfortunately, both are present or not in this Zoom meeting, but we will take notes. If you have any question or any comments or feedback for this session, and we will deliver information or comments to the authors of this. Please feel free to answer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Calvin, for the time. I would like just to clarify one thing as the future editor for the conference proceedings. We would like to welcome any comments and suggestions and feedbacks for each paper that is presented today, because that will be given back to the authors so they can revise their extended abstract, which will be processed for further review for publications. So we will welcome with pleasure any kind of comments, feedbacks, and questions you have for the authors of all the presentations today. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there is no, I will start maybe the question from the presentation today. So maybe so my first question is about the motivation of this study. So basically, the authors will present the study, the comparison basically between normal passport and inverted passport. For me, it's not really clear what is or what are the motivation of this study, what they want to compare, and what is the hypothesis of this study, what they expect from this study. Is there something new that we should know from this study? The second one is about the rheology of the polymer. Is there any data of, for example, viscosity, of the polymer that they use, especially if they use different concentration in study using 500, 1000 to 1500 ppm. Is there any comparison data of biology measure? So this information that I would like to pass to our authors. So from the audience, you're free to ask any question if there's something or any comment or feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I have one comment actually. So the presenter mentioned about the effect of plugging earlier on the simulation, but yeah, the authors mentioned about the effect of polymer plugging in their simulation, but I'm not sure that I can see whether that kind of effect is really being modeled in the simulation, because you can define anything within the simulation model. So such effects such as she mentioned bactericide and bacterial degradation, chemical degradation, and I think it can be a follow-up question to what Dr. Hawkins said earlier. That the rheology model needs to be explained to verify that the effect that they claim happened during this discussion is still properly modeled. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fantorio. Any other comments on this? If there's no feedback or comments anymore, I would like to thank you all presenters. And now we would like to continue to the second presentation. It's will be held by Ms. Safira Ayuriza, and as a corresponding author is Ms. Inda Widyaningsi. So Ms. Safira Ayuriza currently she already did her master study at Bandung University of Technology. It's a Master of Petroleum Engineering from 2021 until 2023. And her master thesis title is Comparison of the Efficiency of Microbial Surfactants from lipid, bacteria, and lipid in sandstone reservoir for enhanced recovery. And she did also her bachelor study at Islamic University of Riau in Bachelor of Petroleum Engineering. Her work experience as a laboratory assistant of mud drilling at Islamic University of Riau from 2019 to 2020, and also as an EOR researcher assistant at Obrindo Bandung Institute of Technology from 2023 to present. Unfortunately, Ms. Safira Ayuriza cannot join us today, but we will hear or listen her presentation via recording video.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Safira Yuriza. Today I will present a paper entitled Comparison of Ramolipid and Application on Sandstone Reservoir for Enhanced Oil Recovery. This paper created by Indah Widyaningsih, Safira Yuriza, Ivan Kurnia, Hari Budiharjo, and Taufan Marha Endrajana. Okay, let's get into the introduction part. What are Widyaningsih, Safira Yuriza, Ivan Kurnia, Hari Budiharjo, and Taufan Marha Endrajana. Okay, let's get into the introduction part. What are biosurfactant? Biosurfactant consists of the word bio, which means it's originated from microorganism, bacteria, or fungi, while surfactants are chemical compounds synthesized from petroleum derivative and capable of reducing interfacial tension due to their amphiphilic nature. So biosurfactant are molecules produced by microorganisms that have surfactant properties that can reduce surface and interfacial tension and increase the mobility of oil in reservoir rock formation. And then several literature studies, one of which is by Desa and Bana 1997 and Rodriguez et al. 2006, show that rhamnolipid and soprolipid are able to reduce interfacial tension and change rock wettability to become water wet. In addition, according to Kamal et al. 2019, in surfactant injection, there are two main limitations. First, high reservoir temperature and high salinities. Second, excessive surfactant absorption on the rock surface. While rhamnolipid and soprolipid biosurfactant have several advantages, including biodegradability, non-toxic, renewable source, and resistance to extreme conditions. And then given the increasing interest of exploration and production companies in the use of surfactant injection in sandstone that have total dissolved solid or TDS and high temperatures, this study aims to conduct a literature review on a series of related experiments. Okay, biosurfactant work through two main mechanisms. First, changing wettability at the oil or rock interface by altering the wettability from oil wet to water wet, releasing crude oil from sand grain or rock surface. Second, reducing surface tension and interfacial tension by breaking down larger oil droplet into smaller one, forming emulsion, oil and water or water and oil, and releasing oil with water or brine. So this mechanism make extra crude oil. Okay, next is the classification of biosurfactant. Based on their chemical structure, biosurfactant are divided into several parts, namely glycolipid, lipopeptides, phospholipid, polymeric biosurfactant, and particulate biosurfactant. Soprolipid and rhamnolipid are types of glycolipid because their main structure consists of sugar group connected to fatty acid chains via glycosidic bonds. In addition, according to Ron and Rosenberg 2001, biosurfactants are also classified into two groups based on their molecular weight, low molecular weight and high molecular weight. Rhamnolipid and soprolipid are classified as low molecular weight, and all of these types have hydrophilic and hydrophobic part. They play a role in lowering surface and interfacial tension. Okay, next is the general structure of rhamnolipid and soprolipid molecules. Rhamnolipid are produced by Pseudomonas bacteria. Rhamnolipid molecular structure consists of hydrophobic fatty acid chains or tails and hydrophilic rhamnose sugar or heads. And then let's move on to the molecular structure of soprolipid. Soprolipid are produced by the fungus Candida. The molecular structure of soprolipid consists of two parts. Hydrophobic part, which consists of fatty acid, and the hydrophilic part, which consists of soprol sugar. Okay, next, the methodology used in the study includes a review of the literature on a pH test. Static tests include interfacial tension and contact angle tests, and dynamic tests such as core flooding tests. This research methodology start from preparing biosurfactant sample and then proceed with biosurfactant compatibility testing and rock compatibility testing. Okay, next we go into the result and discussion. First, the pH value of biosurfactants. According to Santos et al. 2016, show that biosurfactant can be used at high temperatures and pH value range from 2 to 12. And then for amylipid, some literature show that according to Santos et al. 2022, pH 6 or 6.5 is maximum activity, and according Porson Tower et al. 2020, pH 7 maximum activity, and pH 6 until 10 is stable, and pH 3 until 4 is decreased. And according Joyce et al. 2014, envelop the biosurfactant synthesis by varying the pH from 5 to 8.5 and found it at pH 7, showing a good indication. And then for soprolipids, some literature show that first, according Chen et al. 2020, state that a pH of 5 or lower, soprolipids are dispersed in the water. Second, according Basel 2012, show that the above 5.6 until 5.7, the solubility increased, and at pH 6, it dissolved completely. And third, according to Safi et al. 2015, showed that the IFT was stable between pH lower than 6 and higher than 8, and at pH value between 6 and 8, and increase in the IFT value was observed. Based on literature review regarding the pH value of biosurfactant, the result can be plotted as shown in the graph beside. Overall, the optimum pH value of amylipid biosurfactant production is around 6 until 7, and the optimum value for soprolipid biosurfactant is lower than 6 and higher than 8. Okay, next result, surface and interfacial tension. Biosurfactant reduce surface tension and interfacial tension by absorbing at the interface between two fluids, utilizing the polar and nonpolar group present in the biosurfactant, using biosurfactant enhanced capillary force within the porous media, leading to improved oil recovery. So the smaller the interfacial tension value, the easier it is for the biosurfactant to facilitate oil flow within the rock pores. Following are some literature review regarding the role of amylipid and soprolipid in reducing surface and interfacial tension. And then, based on the literature review regarding the discussion of surface tension and interfacial tension, the optimal value of each parameter can be seen in Table 1. For amylipid, the optimal value of surface tension is lower than 30 and 30 millinewton per meter, with interfacial tension lower than 1 millinewton per meter. And for soprolipid, the optimal value of surface tension is 25 until 40 millinewton per meter, with interfacial tension lower than 1 and 1 until 5 millinewton per meter. And then result wettability. The wettability of conventional rocks can be determined by measuring the contact angle. This measurement is based on the interfacial tension balance at the surface of the water oil rock system, as illustrated in Figure 2. The wettability of rock surface is categorized as water wet from 0 to 75, intermediate wet from 75 to 105 degrees, and oil wet from 105 to 180 degrees. Following are some literature review regarding the role of amylipid and soprolipid in wettability alteration. For amylipid, according to Duvallo Gomez 2012, show the contact angle result for amylipid at concentration 0.25 and 0.5 and 1% were 72.47 degrees, 64.90 degrees, and 11.45 degrees respectively. And according Rocha et al. 2021, show that the following is the value of the type of rhamnolipid in the study, which were 58.2 degrees, 51.2 degrees, and 47.8 degrees respectively. So rhamnolipid show that the contact angle value was 75 degree, which means it's water wet. For saprolipid, unlike the case with rhamnolipid, research on the measurement of contact angle on saprolipid has never been carried out. However, several studies have shown that saprolipid can change the wettability of rocks to make them water wet. Similar to rhamnolipid, this is because these two biosurfactants belong to the glycolipid category in their chemical structure and are categorized as low molecular weight biosurfactant, where all of these types have hydrophilic and hydrophobic part, thus they function by lowering surface and interfacial tension. Okay, next result and discussion regarding profiling in biosurfactant. The profiling test aims to determine the extent to which biosurfactant can increase oil recovery from core sample. Following are some literature review regarding the result of oil recovery by injecting rhamnolipid and saprolipid biosurfactant in EOR application. And finally, the result of the literature review show that rhamnolipid and saprolipid can increase oil recovery. However, based on the equation value, rhamnolipid are more effective than saprolipid, where the highest residual oil saturation value is 27.27% for saprolipid, and the highest residual oil saturation value is 9.8% for rhamnolipid. Okay, the conclusion of this study is that rhamnolipid and saprolipid have different effects on the parameter of pH, interfacial tension, wettability, and increased oil recovery in a core flooding for sandstone reservoir. Based on literature review, the pH test showed that the activity and stability of rhamnolipid and saprolipid biosurfactant were affected by the pH value. Then the interfacial tension tests of rhamnolipid were superior to saprolipid in reducing interfacial tension. This occurs because rhamnolipid have a lower critical micelle concentration compared to saprolipid, but biosurfactant change the wettability from weak water wet to strong water wet with contact angle less than 75 degrees. Furthermore, in the core flooding test, both saprolipid and rhamnolipid can increase oil recovery. And here are the various references that I use. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Even though Ms. and Sakira is not here with us today, but supervisor for the department is then is with us in this room, so maybe you can ask him. But however, please feel free to give a normal information so we can take notes or Dr. Ivan Korea and also Dr. Rani. But we have already, I wanted to mention, and maybe answer or any comments from the audience. Please feel free also to the audience in our Zoom meeting. No. This is and this so, but what's very interesting topics, and it's about biosurfactant. Okay, one thing that I'm wondering about the because there's biological substance here. So, how about the stability Is it like a living creature, or like is there any? I'm thinking about the stability of the first one, and then the second one is there any proven record project has been recorded about this virus effect? Thank you. Maybe you want to answer, or we can take more.
Yeah, I think we need to thank you for the question, Dr. Balipaha. I think we need to put this research in bigger context because this is part of the doctoral dissertation study by Indah Widyaningsih. And so this is mostly highlights the important publications on biosurfactant on enhanced recovery that has been published in the last several years. But the main thing that we are concerned here is that first, the biosurfactant relates to the process, the manufacturing process. So when the final product is being commercialized, there's should be no more living organisms within the commercial products. That's the first thing. And second, why we are being interested in such biosurfactant, because there are several fields here in Indonesia where we don't have a problem with high salinity, but we do have problem with high amount of native bacteria living inside the reservoir. So we want to see whether this kind of surfactant can survive such challenging environments. So the challenge is kind of different with high salinity and temperature reservoirs that has been published and has been widely studied out there. But the kind of challenge presented by the native bacteria is what we have been trying to solve with the use of biosurfactant. And I think it is a valid question about the stability because currently the lab test is being carried out by Indah and as well as the corporate studies. So we are hoping to see the results within this month actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Antonio, for the answer. Is there any question? Yes.
Thank you very much for the
Also, we can take a call, so we can deliver also this question.
want to ask a question. The bioproducts usually specific, used by specific microorganisms. So, what is the reason using the bioproduct itself and not using the nutrient injection or such any other microbial enrichment methods? Because as far as I know, that the microorganism will use a different and specific compound for their metabolism. So why choose the bioproduct design injecting the nutrient base, or far more cheaper and far more easier to do the methodology? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Kurnia, for the question. If I'm not mistaken, the main objective here, which we can refer to the chemical or surfactant itself, we want to reduce the interfacial tension as low as possible. And we have seen from the several publications cited earlier that these biosurfactant, these byproducts can indeed lower the IFP from around 30 to around below 1 milligram per meter. And the latest result from Indah lab test also show that such promise. However, I think we do need to distinguish the two mechanisms or the mechanisms between microbial EOR and chemical EOR, where in terms of surfactant, again, the main objective is to lower the interfacial tension. For the microbial EOR, there can be a wide complex combinations of oil degradation, and then also preferential plugging due to the slime generation and so on. So I think we need to distinguish those two. How that is discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, is there any other question or comments? If not, I would like to give also comments following the question. It's not a question, so maybe it's only for notes for writing for the question. Yeah, I would like to follow up the question from Mr. Pahanga because the presenters mentioned on slide 6 that this kind of software that exists at high temperature. So this is a big question. Which level of temperature this kind of software. The second one, of course, the comment. Based on the presentation, it's clear that this kind of surfactants show two mechanisms. One is active reduction and the other is reduction. So, in my opinion, the active reduction is not the dominant mechanism because it's not like it's only like one order of magnitude reduction. But if you see the contact angle measurement is show really significant difference between different concentration of this kind of surfactant. So it's really good if the author later on can elaborate on this kind of topic, which mechanisms that dominate the oil displacement process. That's only my comment. So, thank you so much for the presentation. Now, I would like to follow up with the next presentation, which is so our next presenter is Ms. Ari Daniati, supervised by our professor, Dr. Sulasna, with the topic of an integrated approach to economic analysis of EOR projects. From screening to the initiation of human national. So, Ms. Ari Daniati still doing her Master Petroleum Engineering study at Bandung Institute of Technology from 2021 to now. With thesis titled An Integrated Approach to EOR Project Decision Making Study Using PERTA EOR Life. She did her bachelor study at Islamic University of Riyadh, and she already has a lot of working experience, starting from 2019, working at Petrochina International Lab, and continued at the Petroleum Engineering Laboratory, UIR Pekanbaru, and also PT Sinar Iswara Teknik Rumah, Malaysian Project Control Engineer, and the last one is PT Energi Mega Persada Jakarta, Building Engineering Inter, from 2022 until September 2022. Ms. Arif Daniati already published several publications, and one of them is the high quality T1 journal with the title is Eco-Friendly Natural Surfactant in Oil and Gas Industry, a comprehensive review published in 2023. But unfortunately, Ms. Ari Daniati cannot join us today. So we will listen to our presentation via recording video.
Title An Integrated Approach to Economic Analysis of EOR Projects, EOR Screening to Optimization of. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I'm Arik Daniati. Today I will present a paper with the title An Integrated Approach to Economic Analysis of EOR Projects, EOR Screening to Optimization of Field Development Scenarios. The first author of this paper is Arik Daniati, and the co-author of this paper are Zuhair Shihab, Amega Yasutra, and Muhammad Baktistiawan. The outline of my presentation today are introduction, method, results and discussion, conclusion, and references. So here we are in the introduction of this paper. One of the initiatives undertaken by the Indonesian government to achieving the target to produce 1 million barrel oil per day by 2030 involves optimizing production in existing fields. The strategic initiative to implementing EOR in potential fields aim to bolster national oil and gas production to meet predetermined target. Prior to the execution of the EOR project, conducting preliminary studies becomes necessary. Study focus on the preliminary research in the ADP field, initially discovered in 1974. In reservoir simulation, the conventional method to quantifying uncertainties typically involves the utilization of Monte Carlo simulation. Although numerical reservoir simulation is commonly employed for forecasting purposes, it is important to acknowledge certain limitations associated with its simulator. The accuracy of a SIMRES is significantly influenced by the data limitations. The simulation rely on abundant data to generate precise results, making them computationally expensive and time-consuming. So we need alternative predictive model, but the predictive model that used in this study are not used to replace a reservoir simulation, but we have some steps in SIMRES. Here's in the table 1 and table 2 is the reservoir and fluid characteristic of this field that will be used in the screening criteria of EOR method. So here's the method that we use for this study. First of all is EOR screening. This assessment is conducted by referencing a comprehensive historical database of successful EOR field experiences from previous publications. And based on the obtained scores, each EOR method is ranked to determine the most suitable EOR method with the highest scores. The next steps is predictive model. The predictive model employed in this study is adopted from the model developed by US Department of Energy. And here's in the table 3, there are scenarios that we propose for this study. There are 3 scenarios and the scope of study you guys can see in the table 3. The next steps is economic analysis. The economic assessment relies on 3 key indicators: NPV, rate of return, and payout time. The key indicator integrated into the economic module of Percaya or Light software. And the next steps is EOR risk analysis. The risk and uncertainty analysis employed in this study is found upon the Monte Carlo simulation. The primary elements of risk and uncertainty are quantified within the cumulative frequency chart for P10, P50, and P90. And the last step of the study is EOR optimization evaluation. The optimization design of the study use stochastic method, which are PSO, GA, and ES. So here's We are in the result and discussion. In the table 5 is screening criteria results, and based on the identified characteristics, the screening result obtained using the Portaio Light software indicate that 3 highest scores are attributed to the surfactant plus polymer or alkaline, ASP, and miscible CO2 injection. In the table 6 is predictive model result. We illustrate table 6 into the figure 2. And according to the predicted model, there is differences oil production across all scenarios. According to the predicted model, scenario 1 exhibits the highest level of oil production. The reason for these differences is that the pattern area in scenario 1 is comparatively smaller when compared to the pattern area in the other scenarios. A direct correlation exists between the proximity of injection wells to the production wells and the magnitude of their favorable influence on the production enhancement. So in the table 7 is economic analysis results, and based on the consistent input concentration, slug size, and injection rate parameters, it is evident that scenario 3 yields the highest NPV, and scenario 2 exhibits the highest internal rate of return, and scenario 1 demonstrates the lowest payout time. And then in the figure 3 is the spider chart and tornado chart economic analysis, sensitivity analysis, and the reservoir variables that have an impact on the economic in these scenarios include the reservoir residual oil saturation and dispersion coefficient. And the variable that impact the NPV include the surfactant concentrations and slug size in the field and injection processes. The economic factors that influence the economy include variables such as oil price and investment costs. Figure 4 is risk analysis result based on the scenario 1 Monte Carlo simulations. X-axis represent total oil production and y-axis represent cumulative frequency in percent. The P10, P50, and P90 risk assessment for each scenario are displayed in table 8, table 9, and table 10 respectively. And based on the analysis, it can be concluded that scenario 2 exhibit the highest cumulative production oil value in comparison to the other two scenarios. And the cumulative oil production value for scenario 2 were 64 MSTB for P10 and 69 MSTB for P50 and then 75 MSTB for P90. The risk analysis indicate that scenario 3 hold the second highest value. So this is the optimization design, and the finding of the study indicate that PSO or particle swarm optimization yields the highest cumulative oil production in comparison to the other two stochastic methods. And the optimization results for each scenario are presented in the table 8. There are scenario 1, 2, and 3, and controllable variable with optimum design value. The optimum design value will be implemented to the predictive model. And in the table 9 is comparison results before and after design optimization. From an economic perspective, it can be concluded that scenario 2 exhibit the most favorable economic outcomes. This is evident through the generation of the NPV amounting to 6 million US dollar and internal rate of return about 49% and payback period about 2.8 years. The absence of investment costs for constructing infill wells in this is the primary reason for this case. Therefore, it is imperative to conduct additional research, specifically decision analysis, in order to assess the quality of the decision and identify the optimal choice among the three scenarios. The conclusion of this study are research has demonstrated that the unintegrated preliminary study can effectively expedite and enhance the assessment of the potential feasibility of a field for large-scale application of UR method. And then based on the finding regarding the economic values of the three scenarios, it remains inconclusive to determine the most favorable scenario for optimistic development during the laboratory study and field test phase. And for the research, specifically, decision analysis studies are required to make a conclusive determination. And the author would like to acknowledge Bandung Institute of Technology for the use of their facilities, Pertamina Urti, and Perta Ior Light developer for granting permission to use software license. So here's the references that we use for this study. This is the last slides of my presentation. Thank you very much for the occasion. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. This is our session.
Halo live streaming.
Now I will open the question and discussion session. Unfortunately, Ms. Arik Dania is not here with us. Again, fortunately, our supervisor, Mazuka and Mas Mega is here, are here with us. And I don't know, maybe you will give a comment or feedback. Please feel free. And now I also would like to invite our audience in Zoom to also, if you have any question or comment or feedback, please feel free to. And now I would like to invite
Thank you. My question about the risk analysis problem, because in my understanding, Monte Carlo is uncertainty, right? Uncertainty analysis. Risk analysis, I'm thinking about like certainty or root cause analysis. So how we investigate the risk behind the project. So maybe a question or maybe no is how the term risk analysis being used in this. Like I was saying, that's my opinion about risk analysis. And then the second question is about how the because if we have three different cases about the uncertainty, which might be and the B90, so which case that is being used in the economical picture. This my understanding. So it should be like the from the economic model and the uncertainty analysis until the problem station. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please feel free to give a comment or answer. Yes, you have a response. Expert. Please give microphone to Mazuka. Okay, thank you. And then I'll try to give a comment. It's not a real answer. That's next. So, the first question is how basically how we quantify the risk in our work. So basically how we quantify is first given any uncertainty that we can't get from our data. So if you have several parameters which has a wide range of positive values, that parameters is basically contributed to which basically we have. Then how do we quantify it? We use modifiers from the capability. And then we have another approach that uses data analysis approach, which basically is a peaceful value. That's including our reservoir properties and also economic. I hope that answers the first questions. Then the second is the workflow. So the basic motivations of this workflow is we are actually sending a message. Do not just take the EOR screening based on the score, based on the suitability of parameters, based on the existing database, which probably quite wise, because those database probably developed from certain location of your projects. That's the first. And the second is the database is collected based on successful UI project work. And the level of success would be not quite clear. Is it 5% gain successful, 3% successful, 10% gain successful? It is not quite clear based on the database itself. So the approach is we are going to compare all the selected EOR project which is suitable based on screening as objective as possible. So we did optimization for each scenario. So we are comparing the optimized scenarios of your project is selected from the tools. And then after that, so we employ this analysis to optimize the scenarios, and then we employ the deterministics to get the viability of the economic indicators. So what are the objective functions? So the objective functions is basically the expected monetary value. If you notice that there's the last graph which quite the ultimate workflow of this model is the expected monetary value and the probability. So how we see that graph is basically if the graph is quite wide range, that means we have a large uncertainty of the expected monetary. If it is narrow, then basically you have less uncertainty. I think that's all for this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gail, for the fully comprehensive answer. Is there any other comment on the case? I think the screens are here. That's the development. So it's very interesting question. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, for anyone comment or feedback for this topic.
Maybe I will give another question, but comment. Thank you so much for the explanation, Mas Uda. It's very comprehensive workflow, in my opinion. Also, if you compare to the conventional screening network by Italian, it's really deterministic. You have one parameter and then you just select which EOR method that you want to apply. And I like to, and I really like to see how you rank the EOR methods and then you can apply the specific. But my question maybe, have you ever applied these methods or workflow in Indonesian oil fields? Or do you plan to apply?
It's not my duty to. However, what we expect is actually we have a comprehensive workflow, and we are simply proposing a workflow and providing the tool how to go through the workflows step by step. And I think the tool is currently, completely developed this tool, so we are happy to get more feedback. So the feedback is a little bit of
Thank you so much. Very interesting. It's your applause again for. And I think now we can move on to our last presenter. So our last presentation will be held by Mr. Ardia, with the title of Estimation of Future Inflow Performance Relationship for Solution that Drive Reservoirs by considering change in water cartridge production data. Mr. Ardia is doing his master study now at Bandung Institute of Technology, the master degree in petroleum engineering, start from August 2021 until now. And he did his bachelor study at Institute of Technology School November ITS with bachelor degree in chemical engineering from September 2011 to August 2012. Mr. Ardia also has already several working experiences. Started working at Total EP Indonesia from July 2014 to August 2014, and continued to PT Kota Minyak Indonesia from March 2016 to August 2020, and last one in working at Pertamina Hulu Indonesia from July 2022 to August 2022. And now let's listen to his presentation. Unfortunately, Mr. Ardia is not joining us today in Zoom meeting, so we will hear his presentation via recorded video.
Hi everyone, I'm Ardia from Master's Program of Petroleum Engineering ITB. In today's occasion, I will present a paper titled Estimation of Future Inflow Performance Relationship for Solution Gas Drive Reservoirs by Considering Changes in Water Cut Using Production Data. The first author of this paper is me, Ardia, followed by Mas Amegaya Sutra and Mas Pahala Dominico Sinurat. So this is the outline of this presentation. The first one is introduction, mainly discuss about the background of this study. Then the second one is the method used in the study. Next one is result and discussion, and then jump into the conclusion. And finally, the references used in the study. So the background of this study started with the definition of future IPR itself. Over time, the ability of a reservoir to transport fluids will gradually decline. This is caused from the decrease in the pressure function as relative permeability to oil is decreased due to increasing of gas saturation. As a result, it cannot use the IPR curve that was first used to assess the productivity of the current reservoir performance. The IPR curve must therefore be predicted or estimated for the future. Future IPR curve may be able to provide answers to such questions as tubing and choke size, timing of artificial lift, future revenue streams, and abandonment time with some uncertainty. Multiple correlations have been proposed in the literature to predict future IPR curves for both 2 and 3 phase reservoirs. For instance, Ekmer in 1988, Standing in 1970, and Petkovic in 1973 for 2 phase reservoirs, and Wiggins in 1992 for 3 phase reservoirs. Nevertheless, all future IPR methods are only suitable in which the water production does not change, or in this case, water cut is the same throughout the production phase. As a result, if the well is producing water or there is an increase in water cut, the future IPR curve needs to be enhanced. Therefore, in this study, the authors developed a study to estimate future IPR by considering changes in water cut for solution gas drive reservoir. The research methodology employed in the study consists of multiple stages, including base case reservoir modeling, where in this case we use the development and adjustment of SPE second comparative project, then reservoir base case validation to ensure that the base case reservoir model is a solution gas drive reservoir model. And the next one is future IPR building, in which we build the future IPR curve based on different reservoir wettability, such as water wet, neutral wet, and oil wet system. And the last one is water cut analysis in the future IPR. So, in the case of building reservoir base case, in the study, the authors built a reservoir simulation using CMG IMAX from SPE second comparative project with several adjustments. 3 different types of wettability, which are water wet, neutral wet, and oil wet system gives different effect on relative permeability curve. The parameter is mainly NO, NW, KRO, and KRW. Base case model reservoir are built using CMG IMAX software and developed using enhancements of SPE second comparative project to become solution gas drive reservoirs. By inputting reservoir characteristic data in table 1 and relative permeability parameter in table 2, base case reservoir model in 3D is presented in figure 1. The reservoir model is mainly radial, with water-oil contact is located in the middle of the reservoir, with ratio of reservoir and aquifer is 50 by 50. To ensure that the base case reservoir model is solution gas drive type reservoir, model validations are carried out by running the base case model at different bottom hole pressure constraint. In this case, the sensitivity of the initial pressure of 4000 psi is depleted to 10 times with a pressure difference of 400 psi. So it means the pressure should be 3600, 3200, 2800, 2400, 2000, 1600, 1200, 800, and 400 psi. For each bottom hole pressure constraint chosen, the liquid flow rate when the base case model reach the R square of 0.99 are recorded. The R square technique to obtain liquid flow rate from bottom hole pressure constraint in this case is 3600 psi. As an example, are presented in figure 2. So based on data in table 3, IPR curve for base case reservoir model can be constructed by plotting bottom hole pressure and liquid rate. The IPR curve are presented in figure 3. Figure 4 is base case model validation compared to Vogel IPR curve calculation. So according to figure 4, it can be seen that the dimensionless graph from base case model is close to the dimensionless pressure graph from Vogel IPR curve. So therefore, it can be concluded that the base case model can be represented as a solution gas drive type reservoir. So after successfully ensuring the base case model is represented as a solution gas drive reservoir, the crucial step is that building the future IPR. So several recovery factors are used to determine the pressure depletion. Recovery factors used are 1.8%, 2.8%, 4.5%, 5.8%, and 8.2%. These values are chosen to assess the increase of water cut during pressure depletion. According to recovery factor used, pressure depletion results are 3,573, 3,276, 2,832, 2,506, and 2,062 psi respectively for water wet system. And based on future IPR curve in Figure 5, it can be seen that the liquid maximum for each pressure depletion, which are 852, 669, 671, 591, and 444 barrel per day respectively. After that, based on calculation from CMG, it can be obtained the increase of water cuts, which are 46%, 60%, 69%, 72%, and 75% respectively. These water cut values are important for the next analysis. By doing the same step to obtain future IPR for water wet model, future IPR for neutral wet, and oil wet model can be constructed and illustrated in Figure 6 and Figure 7 respectively. So according to Figure 6 and Figure 7, it can be obtained water cut for neutral wet system are 56%, 70%, 79%, 81%, and 86% respectively. While for oil wet are 65%, 77%, 84%, 87%, and 93% respectively. So from this result, it can be concluded that oil wet has the highest water cut values and water wet has the lowest values. So according to Figure 7, can be concluded also that more higher the water cut values, the curvature of the future IPR is more straight. It is the same as a paper from Wiggins. After developing the future IPR curve and obtaining the water cut values, recovery factor of oil can be obtained by multiply the water cut with the liquid rate so that we can get the oil rate. After obtaining the recovery factor and water cut values, normalized curve between RF and water cut for all wettabilities are constructed to analyze the relationship. The curve is illustrated in Figure 8. So according to Figure 8, can be concluded that there are correlations between recovery factors and water cut that relates to future IPR. Therefore, further calculations and analysis to be conducted to determine future IPR correlations. So the last part is the conclusion of this study are, first, oil wet model reservoir produce the highest water cut compared to water wet, which produce the lowest water cut and neutral wet. This cases is related to absolute open flow potential, which oil wet produce the lowest oil rate compared to water wet and neutral wet. All this data and results are affected the future IPR curvature. And the second is further assessment are needed to develop future IPR correlations from relationship between normalized recovery factor versus water cut. And these are all the references that we used in this study. And that's all for our presentation today. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay. Absolutely. But however, I still want to open the question and discussion session to all of us. here and also the audience in Zoom meeting. Please feel free to ask question or give any feedback or comment. Any comments? Or feedback? Now maybe I will give a comment. Is also the most to I just want to know how exactly the author define the vulnerability in single method. I believe the author chose the early curves. But what is the reason or what are the basic for this definition between water wet, oil wet, and neutral wet? So any literature that he or the other author used in this study. That's all from my side. Now I also want to give chance to everyone in here to give comments, feedback, or question. Okay, if not, that's the last presentation for us for this session. Thank you so much for all the presenter, and also thank you so much for all the audience that give us a lot of discussion and also comments today. So I hope the presentation today are beneficial for all of us for now and for the future. So I would like to close this session by saying thank you and see you next time in the next session. Thank you so much.
See for the presentation. Also, I would like to remind all our attendees that now it's time to have lunch. So lunch we can be eaten at our room A, our plenary hall, and also don't forget that at 1 we will start our plenary session. So in the page, don't forget as you on our plenary session. Thank you.
Now in the morning I sleep alone, sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my energy. was when I ruled the world. It was the wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name, never alone this word, but that was when I ruled the world. Hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name, never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to review with the meteorological topics, and I would like our respectful moderator, Mr. Dalam Mereka SMSC, to get us to the next session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself once again. My name is Kalam Merdeka. I will be the acting moderator for the session in this movie under the major topic of petroleum engineering. So in this noon session, we're going to have two presentation sessions, and each presentation will be in the span of 20 minutes, including question and answer sessions from the audience, online or offline. And right now, we will begin with the first presenter. So the first presentation will be from let's wait a bit for the profile of the presenter to show up. Alright, so our first presenter is Vincentius Adventilian from Gajah Mada University. He's currently he already finished his bachelor in mechanical engineering in June 2023, and then had also some work experiences from being consultant in Geoenergy Solutions Indonesia right now, and then several work experiences from May 2022 until April 2023. Okay, so the topic of this presentation is numerical modeling of a convective closed geothermal extraction from an ideal geothermal well. So is the presenter present today or is it a recording? Oh, okay. So the presenter is with us and will be presenting his paper offline on the stage. So Mr. Vincentius, the stage is yours.
Well, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. I am Vincentius Adventilian, you can call me Alvan. I am from Gajah Mada University, but actually I just graduated this month, and I've been working at Geoenergy as a junior engineering consultant in the field of geothermal energy. So in this opportunity, I would like to present our research, our collaboration research between Gajah Mada University, Geoenergies, and also PLN Research Institute, or the Bintang PLN. So the title of the research is the numerical simulation of convective closed-loop geothermal energy from idle geothermal wells in eastern Indonesia. And I'm sorry if I bring the topic of geothermal, but in the petroleum engineering session, because I know that actually the geothermal session should be tomorrow, but I think tomorrow I will not be able to attend the event offline, and I think the engagement would be better if I present my research offline, so it would be better if I present my research today. So next please. Yes, so the background of our research is that in eastern Indonesia we have several idle geothermal wells because of the declining productivity. As we know that geothermal reservoir will experience decline after some production period, and after the well reaches its sub-economic level, some of the wells are converted into idle wells with bleeding, of course. And bleeding is important in geothermal because it has the function to minimize or prevent the gas build up inside the wellbore, especially the H2S and CO2 gases. And therefore, we still have geothermal fluid inside the wellbore, which is quite still hot enough if we see from the 4 wells in Matalogo geothermal field. The temperatures of the maximum temperatures measured in the wellbore is around more than 100 degrees Celsius, up to 200 degrees Celsius. So from here we can see that there is still potential heat to be extracted. And one of the innovative methods to extract this heat is by using the closed-loop geothermal system, as will be shown in the next slide, please. Yeah, so first of all, we should know what is closed-loop geothermal system. So we know the conventional hydrothermal geothermal system as we have in Indonesia, like in Kamojang, in Twilight, and other fields. But the topics of advanced geothermal system or AGS and also enhanced geothermal system or EGS has been growing recently. Especially in this case, we try to do some research about the implementation of advanced geothermal system, which utilizes closed-loop geothermal system to utilize geothermal heat in an unconventional geothermal system environment. And the advantages of this system are that it requires only high pressure without high permeability and the presence of fluid. And also, actually, it has been widely used for shale heat pumps, especially in the subtropical countries. And also, the closed-loop geothermal system brings the opportunities to retrofit or utilize the existing wells that has been decided to be sub-economic using the conventional energy extraction method. And also, in the study, we implement a convective closed-loop geothermal system, so not only conductive in the water era, but also convective because we still have geothermal fluid flowing inside the wellbore, since the idle well is currently being bled, so there are geothermal fluids flowing inside for the breeding process. And the aims of the study are to present the opportunity for a convective closed-loop geothermal fluid extraction from idle geothermal wells in eastern Indonesia. And the second is to demonstrate a simplified, primarily numerical modeling of a convective closed-loop geothermal system in idle geothermal well. Based on my past knowledge, there hasn't been any research on the closed-loop geothermal application for idle geothermal wells. It has been research in the closed-loop geothermal application for abandoned oil and gas well, especially in Canada and other countries. But for the idle geothermal well application, based on my past knowledge, it hasn't been researched anywhere. So this research aims to give some idea of what are the key parameters in conducting the simulation of closed-loop geothermal system in idle geothermal wells, although it will be still very simplified, so many simplification in order to conduct the simulation. However, hopefully it could give some idea of conducting the simulation in the specific case. And the third aim of the study is to perform the optimization of the effective closed-loop geothermal system. Next, please. And this is the model that we built in our numerical simulation. So the well bore is only 500-meter depth, and it is a vertical well because in Mataluku geothermal field, the wells are pretty shallow. The deepest well in the field is only 700 meters depth, and the shallowest is around 200 to 300 meters depth, and all of them are vertical wells. And this model is not doesn't specifically represent a specific or existing geothermal well or existing geothermal field in any field in Indonesia. However, it represents a typical condition based on the condition of geothermal field in eastern Indonesia, which are represented on the surrounding properties and also the boundary conditions used in the study. So the well is surrounded by 3 layers of surrounding rocks: the overburden, the outer volcanic rocks, and the volcanic sedimentary rocks. And in the study, the porosity and the permeability is assumed to be 0. So this is one of the idealization used in this study. And boundary conditions, the bleeding flow rate is 1 ton per hour of geothermal fluid, and the geothermal fluid inlet temperature at the bottom hole is 90 degrees Celsius. And we use the portable heat exchanger for the closed-loop geothermal system installed in the wellbore, using water as the working fluid. With the working fluid injection flow rate is varied between 1 to 5 kilograms per second at the injection temperature of 35 degrees Celsius. And next, please. And we conduct the numerical simulation using the multi-physics simulation software called Console under the steady state condition. And this is the next idealization using this study, the steady state condition. And in our simulation, we use the non-isothermal flow multi-physics package, which leads to the governing equations for the laminar flow physics package, and also the heat transfer solids and fluid physics package. So it's basically the governing equations for the energy balance, momentum balance, and also the mass balance. Next, please. And one of the most important questions in conducting numerical simulation is how to validate our simulation. And in geothermal reservoir simulation, it is common to use the technique of numerical model validation using the natural state calibration and also the flowing state or production history calibration. And I'm sure in the petroleum engineering reservoir simulation, there are also validation techniques that are usually used. So first of all, we conducted the calibration under the natural state condition. So our model well without the probability center is validated under certain conditions with respect to 3 existing wells in eastern Indonesia. So in the natural state condition, we validate it with respect to the shut-in PT profile. So the PT profile that is measured under the shut-in condition. And as you can see here that our PT profile of our model well is quite similar to the shut-in PT profile of the 3 benchmark wells in eastern Indonesia. And any differences that occurs is because our model well doesn't specifically represent a specific or existing geothermal field. However, we aim to represent the typical condition in eastern Indonesia. And also we validated it under the bleeding state condition, in which we validate our model well with respect to the flowing condition of the benchmark wells. And as you can see here, based on the parameter of the linearized temperature gradient, we use this parameter since the heat transfer mechanism in the caprock region is mostly dominated by conduction instead of convection. So we think that we can use the linearized temperature gradient to calibrate or validate our model to the flowing condition of the benchmark wells. And as we can see here that the temperature gradient of our model well is in between the range of the temperature gradient of the used benchmark wells. So here we can see that our model is quite representative to the conditions in eastern Indonesia. Next, please. And these are the results of our simulation. First of all, I would like to present the temperature distribution in the form of 3-dimensional distribution. We can see here that the working fluid inside the wellbore, inside the borehole exchanger, the water is the working fluid, experiences increase in temperature as we inject the water at 35 degrees Celsius, and it leaves the borehole exchanger at higher temperature in the middle. As we can see, the color of the temperature contour is brighter, which means higher temperature. And the borehole exchanger's inner tubing thermal insulation is vital to maintain the working fluid temperature, because as the working fluid flows upwards, it has the potential to transfer its heat or experience heat loss to the colder working fluid that is injected to the borehole exchanger. So it is important to install thermal insulation in the inner tubing of the borehole exchanger. Next, please. And this is the optimization of our system. So we optimize our system by varying the working fluid injection flow rate in order to get the maximum heat extraction rate in the unit of kilowatt thermal. We vary our working fluid mass flow rate from 1 to 5 kilograms per second. And as you can see from the left figure, that the outlet temperature of the working fluid is inversely proportional to the flow rate. As we know that if we inject more substance or more flow rate, higher flow rate, the temperature changes will be less than if we inject a smaller flow rate of working fluid. And the second one is the heat extraction rate, which is its maximum value of 185 kilowatt thermal at a flow rate of 2 kilograms per second. Quite interestingly, the maximum heat extraction flow rate is not reached at 1 kilograms per second flow rate, but instead at 2 kilograms per second flow rate, because the increase in flow rate from 1 to 2 kilograms per second of working fluid flow rate outweighs the decrease in outlet temperature. As we know that the extraction heat rate is mass flow rate times enthalpy difference. And here the increase in mass flow rate outweighs the decrease in enthalpy difference. And from the figure on the right, we can see the temperature drawdown in surrounding rocks. Despite the difference between the 2 kilograms per second and 5 kilograms per second of injection, working fluid injection flow rate is insignificant, but basically you can see in detail that employing 2 kilograms per second injection flow rate causes a bigger temperature drawdown than the 5 kilograms per second flow rate. And we can learn that the higher the rate of extraction, the faster the geofluid loses heat. The geofluid inside the wellbore outside the portable heat exchanger, hence causing a bigger temperature drawdown in the surrounding rocks. Next, please. So the conclusions of our study are: the first one is the numerical simulation of convective closed-loop geothermal system in ideal geothermal well has been performed in this study, and the numerical model has been validated to natural state and living state calibration with existing geothermal wells, although our model doesn't specifically represent an existing geothermal well or field. And the convective closed-loop geothermal heat extraction means to extract up to 185 kilowatts of thermal energy at working fluid flow rate of 2 kilograms per second. And the higher the heat extraction rate tends to cause bigger temperature drawdown of the surrounding rocks. And since our study still have many simplifications, and as we aim to give a demonstration on how to simulate the closed-loop geothermal system from under geothermal well, we give some recommendations for future studies. First of all is we can build a numerical model based on real existing ideal well in a real field. And the second one is to conduct multi-parameter optimization by varying the working fluid injection flow rate and also the injection temperature, the portable exchanger tubing diameter and thickness, portable exchanger tubing insulation length, and the type of the working fluid. Because this study still uses water as the working fluid, we can try to vary the working fluid using alternative working fluid like organic fluids like methane or CO2. And also we can conduct transition simulation to find how the system's parameters changes over time, especially for the drawdown of temperature of the surrounding rocks. And also we need to consider redoing the PT logging for the ideal well for the shut-in PT calibration, because the PT log used in the study was acquired in 2004 until 2006, which was performed after the wells have been drilled. And these data are surely obsolete. Many parameters of the pressure and temperature of the wellbore have changed after 20 years of operation and idling. So we can redo the PT logging in order to get more actual data. Next, please. And that's our study and presentation. Thank you, and we look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincentius, for the music presentation. Now I would like to open the question and answer session, as well as comment and feedback from the audiences, online or offline. Anyone have a question? All right, so please, Mr. Thank you. My name is Taufik Rahman from ITV. My question is, during the production, it is possible for the decrease in temperature to occur in well? And is heating up also required the well? And the second question is, since the closed loop is high pressure required to bring the fluid back to the surface, because there is no pressure from the reservoir filter.
So thank you for the question. For the first question, indeed that the well room temperature decreases over time. Based on the PT logging in 2004 to 2006, the downhole temperature reaches 190 to 200 degrees Celsius. But based on our latest scientific activity to Matarobo, for example, in July 2023, last month, the temperature in the wellhead, based on the testimony of the field operator, PLM, have experienced significant decline based on compared to the data obtained in 2004 to 2006. That's why it is important to conduct more actual data acquisition, especially for the PT condition. Unfortunately, PLN hasn't performed the newest video logging condition, but based on our simulation, at the temperature of 190 degrees Celsius, or at the pool of our simulation, our system could, our simulation could generate up to 185 kilowatt thermal, which is quite small actually, and we also need to study further the economics, the economic feasibility of implementing this system. But we also have a benchmark study of the similar system employed by green fire energy. Maybe some of you know green fire energy that also implements geothermal system. They have conducted simulation in wells in favored dominated fields like Kamojang and Salak, I guess. And using their system, they could generate like 3 megawatt thermal. So it is quite reasonable for our system to generate significantly less power output because the well is shallower and the temperature is lower compared to the high enthalpy fields in Kamojang and Salak that is simulated by green fire energy. And for the second question,
Same closed loop.
yes.
Is high pressure required to bring the fluid back to the surface?
Okay, so for that question, I think we should have a bit of pressure aid, like giving some pumps to mitigate the pressure losses inside the global simulation. As we can see in the actual simulation, there will be friction losses, which will happen to the fluid, but in our study, it is idealized. No friction losses occurs. So in the actual case, it might be required to put some pumping to compensate the pressure losses. But in the ideal situation, I think based on the law of Archimedes, if the fluid is on the same height, the hydrostatic pressure will be the same if the pressure losses are negligible. So in this idealized case, there won't be any pumping required. But in the actual case, there will be pumping required.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Taufik, for the question. Any other question from the audience? Okay, so there are no more questions, and that will be all for the presentation of Mr. Vincentius. Once again, a round of applause. Okay, so let's go to the second presentation of this session. It's from Mr. Adam Muhammad. So is Mr. Adam here or will the presentation be recorded one? Okay. Okay, so I will first read the presenter profile first. Alright, so here's the profile of Mr. Adam Muhammad. So he is currently pursuing master degree in petroleum engineering with expected graduation of August 2023, or perhaps he's already done his final thesis. And previously pursued his bachelor study in chemical school. Both degrees are in petroleum engineering. And previously, he already had several work experiences as a production engineer, reservoir simulation engineer, and surveillance engineer, spanning from April 2017 until present. From several workplaces like Agada, Religious, and alright, so I will give the stage to Mr. Adam Muhammad now. Is the presentation going to be a recorded one or is he presenting live online? Alright, so the presentation is going to be
Hey everyone, I'm Aga Muhammad from Master Program of Petroleum Engineering ITB. Hey everyone, I'm Aga Muhammad from Master Program of Petroleum Engineering ITB. In today's occasion, I will present a paper titled A Quick and Robust Screening Method using Pareto and four-quadrant analysis for walkover well service candidate selection in a mature field to unlock production gain opportunities. The first author of this paper is me, Ada Muhammad, followed by Mas Amegaya Sutra and Mas Pahala Doni Sinurat. This study is very important because one crucial milestone in mature field development is the well screening for walkover well service candidate selection. This is the outline of this presentation. The first one is introduction, mainly discuss about the background of this study. Then the second is the method used in the study. Next one is result and discussion. And the last section of this presentation is the conclusion and references used in this study. Most of the giant oil fields in Indonesia have experienced a decline in oil production due to inefficiencies in field development caused by the large number of wells to evaluate. One crucial milestone in mature field development is the well screening for workover well service candidate selection. These problems bring use to adopt and develop quick and robust screening methods. The result of the screening method is to demonstrate improved subsurface production potential. Figure 1 shows a decrease in oil and gas production. The research methodology employed in the study consists of heterogeneity index and Pareto analysis. Heterogeneity index was used to demonstrate oil production performance over a specific time period. Furthermore, the heterogeneity index analysis provided a quick and robust screening method for identifying the over or underperformance wells. Heterogeneity index analysis is a system that compares individual performance to average performance of each group across time. Figure 2 shows the application of the heterogeneity index to the four-quadrant analysis. Pareto analysis. Pareto analysis is a statistical decision-making technique that selects a small number of activities that have a significant overall influence. The Pareto principle can be used to rank the overall feasibility parameter value. Figure 3 shows typical Pareto distribution. The fourth step of the screening process is review to any potency from idle and low performance wells. The heterogeneity index is a variable that describes the individual performance compared to overall achievement. The index shows the distance can be used to measure the position of deviation of one well from the average performance. Based on the results of the heterogeneity index analysis, TM3, TM4, TM5, and TM7 as the highest priority well that have opportunity for production enhancement. Figure 4 shows heterogeneity index distribution. After having a workover well service candidates, the Pareto principle can be used to rank the overall feasibility parameter value. This principle set the top 20% of potential that can be generated the 80% of process. Based on the results of the Pareto analysis, TM4 and TM5 as the highest priority well that have opportunity for production enhancement. Figure 5 shows Pareto analysis. And the last part is the conclusion of this study. Our heterogeneity index and Pareto analysis was used to demonstrate candidate selection. TM4 and TM5 as the highest priority well that have the opportunity for production enhancement. Based on the results of the analysis in the study, further well performance analysis is required by integrating the reservoir complexity such as reservoir properties and reservoir pressure. These are all the references that we use in the study. And that's all our presentation today. Thank you for your attention. See you next time.
Alright, so that's the recorded presentation from Mr. Adam Muhammad. Okay, so I will open the question and answer session right now. So from the audiences, online or offline, is there any questions or comments or feedback? So if there's none from the current audiences, so perhaps I would like to add several comments from myself as well. So yeah, a very interesting presentation on using the Pareto and four-quadrant method to select which well should be further enhanced to gain more production. So it's like arranging the priority to conduct this workover and well service candidates. Perhaps in the four-quadrant analysis, there are only like 4 variables that are considered. Perhaps it is also mentioned in the conclusion and recommendation as well. So more variables should be included to determine or to consider which well as the good candidate for the selection as well. So it's not only the four-quadrant perhaps. Okay, so once again, is there anyone who would like to give a question or feedback? Alright, okay, so there's none, so I guess I will close the session of the second speaker. Thank you very much everyone for attending the parallel session room B in this place. The next session will be a coffee break and poster session in the main room, room A, and it will be continued by a free plenary session on the same room as well. After that, we're going to have another parallel session. There will be 3 presentations in this group as well on the topic of petroleum engineering. So stay tuned, and that's all from me as the moderator. I will give back the stage to Nancy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Mr. Kanwalika for being the moderator of this session. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, that is our welcome to the coffee break in our main room, okay? And basically after the coffee break at around 3:45, we have a poster session followed by presentation from our 4th, 5th, and 6th keynote speakers. So please come to the main room to enjoy the coffee break. The accommodations already provided. Thank you.
established in 1920 with the name Technische Hogeschool, Instituut Teknologi Bandung, or ITB for short, is the oldest technical university in Indonesia. Located in Bandung City, West Java, Indonesia, ITB now has 12 faculties or schools with 49 bachelor study programs. ITB's vision is to be an outstanding, distinguished, independent, and internationally recognized university that leads changes towards welfare improvement of Indonesian nations and the world.
It is great honor to meet all of you. I'm Kadasa Suryadi, Rector of Institut Teknologi Bandung. Welcome to ITB. ITB has declared to move from research university toward entrepreneurial university. It is marked by 3 key performance indicators: excellent in teaching and learning, excellent in research, and excellent in innovation and entrepreneurship.
As one of Indonesia's centers of research, ITB has produced a wide range of research from 5 centers of excellence. These research projects result in excellent innovations that are expected to compete in
here, and he's assisting in the reservoir data management course. Alright, so please welcome our first presenter for this afternoon session, Mr. Khatam. Oh, alright, so the presentation will be a recorded one, and we will be on standby if we have any questions of it before.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Khatami Rafsanjani, and joining me as co-authors for this research are Mr. Pahala Dominiku Sinurat and Mr. Dedi Irawan. We are from Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering at Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. And today, as a representation of my team, I'm delighted to present our research at the International Conference on Geoscience and Earth Resources Engineering 2023. The title of our presentation is Advancing Relative Permeability Prediction in Water Gas Reservoir Systems, a comparative study of models utilizing porous plate capillary pressure measurements. In the field of reservoir engineering, accurate estimation of relative permeabilities is crucial for optimizing oil and gas recovery strategies. Relative permeabilities describe the fluid flow behavior in porous media and play a significant role in reservoir characterization on production forecasting. What becomes the background of our study is the challenge of understanding and predicting relative permeabilities, which is a key focus for reservoir engineers. Our research directly addresses this important aspect, aiming to enhance our knowledge and method in this critical area. In this study, we focus on evaluating existing models for estimating relative permeabilities in a gas field located in Indonesia, which features a water gas reservoir system. The selection of these models will significantly impact the effectiveness of reservoir management and the overall success of hydrocarbon recovery operations in the specific field. The relevance of our study lies in addressing the practical concerns of reservoir engineers and decision makers, offering insights into the most suitable approach for tackling the challenges presented by the specific reservoir setting. The purpose of this study is to estimate relative permeability using porous plate capillary pressure measurements and conduct a comprehensive evaluation of several comparative models, including the Ross-Bruce model, Corey model, our modified Corey model, and analytical solution model known as modified Brooks-Corey model, specifically applied to the water gas reservoir system. By subjecting these models to thorough analysis and examination, we aim to identify their strengths and limitations, enabling us to pinpoint the most robust and accurate approach for predicting relative permeability in this water gas reservoir environment. Now that we have provided an overview of the background, relevance, and the purpose of our study, let's shift our focus to the details of our experimental methodology. In this section, I will take you on a historical journey, exploring the evolution of methodologies used in predicting relative permeability. By examining the historical perspective, we can better understand how these methodologies have evolved and how they have shaped our current approach to predict relative permeability in this gas field. In our study, we employ a groundbreaking concept known as the leverage J function, which was introduced by Leverett in 1940. This concept plays an important role in normalizing capillary pressure data and characterizing the relationship between capillary pressure and fluid saturation in porous media. The Lagrange function is mathematically defined as you can see in the slide. By utilizing the Lagrange function, we can determine the capillary pressure values, which is crucial for understanding fluid flow behavior in this gas field. This function helps us normalize capillary pressure data and derive dimensionless value that aid in the accurate estimation of relative permeability. We integrate the determined capillary pressure value into the Rose-Bruce model, one of the comparative models under evaluation in our study. The combined analysis of the Lagrange function and the Rose-Bruce model allows us to predict the relative permeabilities of water and gas phases within the reservoir. Now that we have delved into the significance and mathematical foundation of the Lagrange function, let's further enhance our understanding of fluid flow behavior in the reservoir by incorporating another vital concept, the Purcell relative permeability. Purcell relative permeability was introduced by Purcell in 1949. It's a method for estimating relative permeability which utilizes capillary pressure data from mercury injection curves, applicable for two-phase flow like oil-water or gas-water systems. By analyzing the relationship between pore size distribution and capillary pressure curves, it quantifies relative permeability for different fluid phases. Purcell relative permeability model for wetting and non-wetting phase is defined as you can see in the slide. The Purcell relative permeability model laid the groundwork for Bourdin's advancement in fluid flow characterization, incorporating tortuosity effects within capillary tubes for the Bourdin relative permeability model. Now, let's delve into the Bourdin relative permeability model and discover how it contributes to our efforts in accurately estimating relative permeability. Moving forward in our historical journey, we arrive at a crucial moment in fluid flow characterization, the Bourdin relative permeability model. In 1950, Bourdin and his colleagues made significant advancement to the Purcell model by introducing the concept of tortuosity within a bundle of capillary tubes. This breakthrough offered an alternative approach to comprehending the complex nature of fluid movement within porous formations. Bourdin's contributions were revolutionary as they involved defining tortuosity in the relative permeability term for both wetting and non-wetting phases. By incorporating tortuosity factors, Bourdin model provided valuable insight into the flow characteristic and phase distribution within the porous medium. The Bourdin relative permeability equation for the wetting phase and non-wetting phase can be seen in this slide. According to Bourdin, the tortuosity factor of wetting phase and non-wetting phase is defined as you can see in the slide. By substituting the definition of tortuosity factor and assuming equilibrium saturation equals to 0 and minimum water saturation as condensed water saturation or irreducible water saturation, the final relative permeability equation for water is highlighted by the blue marker, while the equation for gas is highlighted by the red marker. Building on the pioneering work of Bourdin, the Bourdin relative permeability equations have laid the foundations for the development of the Wiley-Gardner relative permeability model and Corey relative permeability model. Now, let me explain briefly about Corey relative permeability model first. In 1954, Corey developed the Purcell-Bourdin relative permeability equation by introducing normalized water saturation term and defined capillary pressure as you can see here. For gas equation is highlighted by the red marker, and for water is highlighted by the blue marker. The introduction of the term normalized water saturation by Corey in the Purcell-Bourdin relative permeability equation holds significant importance, as it serves as a crucial basis for the development of our modified Corey model. Let's begin by exploring the Wiley-Gardner relative permeability model first, before we move on to our modified Corey model. In 1958, Wiley and Gardner introduced equations that are fundamental for estimating relative permeability in multi-phase flow within porous media. These equations are particularly applicable to analyzing scenarios involving two-phase flows, with a specific focus on the relative permeabilities of the wetting phase and the non-wetting phase. By modifying the integral limit in the Purcell-Bourdin equation, the Wiley and Gardner model was developed to represent relative permeability as a function of capillary pressure, which can be defined as you can see in the slide. This Wiley and Gardner relative permeability model forms the basis for subsequent models such as the Rose-Bruce model and our own modified Corey model. Now, let's dive into a captivating part of our study, our very own modified Corey model, specifically designed for this water-gas reservoir system. The modified Corey model presented in this study represents an innovative approach that combines elements from the Corey and Purcell-Bourdin models. By incorporating the modified Purcell-Bourdin equation and utilizing the Corey normalized water saturation term, we define the relative permeability equations for water-gas reservoir systems as follows. To enhance the model's accuracy, we introduce water and gas constants, denoted as A and B, respectively, which serve as the endpoint values in the equations. As a result, we obtain the final equations for water and gas relative permeability. And the most important part thing is the parameters A, B, and W and NG values are estimated by utilizing numerical approach. Okay, on the next slide, we will thoroughly examine the analytical prowess of another widely used model, the analytical solution model. The analytical solution model, known as modified Brooks-Corey relative permeability model, is a commonly employed in numerical simulators. This model plays a crucial role in understanding fluid behavior in our reservoir. The analytical model equation for water-gas reservoir system is defined as follows in the slide. This model is constructed using parameters derived from experimental relative permeability data. The exponents of gas and water, NW and NG, are determined by utilizing least square approach to match the relative permeability results from the experimental data. While the endpoints gas relative permeability at irresidual water saturation and water relative permeability at residual gas saturation have fixed values and determined based on the endpoint of relative permeability from experimental data. In contrast, our very own modified Corey model is built upon water saturation values obtained from capillary pressure measurements. This distinction sets the stage for an intriguing comparison between these two models, which we will discuss later. Now, let's move into the results and discussion about the models we use to predict relative permeability for this water-gas reservoir system. In this study, we analyzed experimental capillary pressure data from a gas field with a water-gas explore various models, including the Rose-Bruce, Corey, and our modified Corey model. Furthermore, we conducted a comparison between our modified Corey model and the widely used analytical model, the modified Brooks-Corey model, to assess our model accuracy in predicting relative permeability from the capillary pressure data. Throughout our analysis, we utilized the Lagrange function correlation, especially in the Rose-Bruce model, to establish the relationship between capillary pressure data and relative permeability. As a result, we obtain valuable insights into the fluid behavior within the porous media and identify the most suitable model for characterizing fluid flow behavior in the studied water gas reservoir system. Now, let's dive into the results of the Rose-Bruce model and see how it performs in capturing the relative permeability behavior based on the capillary pressure data. In 1949, Rose and Bruce conducted a comprehensive investigation on the sensitivity of rock properties and their influence on the characteristic of mercury injection capillary pressure curves. Their study revealed the dependence of measured capillary pressure on pore configuration, rock surface properties, and fluid properties. Furthermore, Rose and Bruce made a significant advancement by integrating their insightful modification to the leverage J function into the Wiley-Gardner relative permeability equation. This improvement allowed for the generation of relative permeability saturation profiles, providing profound insight into the fluid flow behavior within porous media. The relationship between the J function and water saturation derived from capillary pressure measurements in a laboratory experiment serve as a fundamental basis for establishing the crucial correlation between normalized capillary pressure and water saturation. This correlation can be clearly expressed by the following power law equation for capillary pressure as a function of water saturation, as you can see in the slide. By substituting the capillary pressure equation into the Wiley-Gardner relative permeability equation, we can derive the Rose-Bruce gas and water relative permeability equations for this gas field. The final equations are defined as follows. For water, relative permeability is highlighted by blue marker, and for gas relative permeability is highlighted by the red marker. This figure presents the comparison of Rose and Bruce relative permeability model with experimental. From the comparison, it's evident that the estimated relative permeability values for both the wetting and non-wetting phases obtained using the Rose-Bruce model do not exhibit a close fit to the experimental relative permeability results. The considerable deviation between the estimated and experimental relative permeability suggests that the Rose-Bruce model is not well suited for accurately predicting the relative permeability behavior in the specific gas field. These findings highlight the limitation of the Rose-Bruce model in capturing the complex fluid flow characteristic within the studied water gas reservoir system. Having gained valuable insights from the comparison of the Rose-Bruce model with the experimental data, it becomes evident that a more accurate and robust approach is necessary to characterize the fluid flow behavior within our water gas reservoir system. Considering this, we shift our focus to the Corey model. Let's delve into the details of the Corey model and explore its applicability in predicting relative permeability for this gas field. The comparison between the Corey relative permeability model and the experimental relative permeability curve clearly indicates that the estimated relative permeability values for both the wetting and non-wetting phases obtained using the Corey model deviate significantly from the experimental data. This finding suggests that the Corey model is also not well suited for accurately predicting the relative permeability behavior in the specific gas field. As we have examined and compared the Rose-Bruce and Corey models, both of which demonstrate limitations in accurately predicting the relative permeability behavior in our water gas reservoir system, it becomes apparent that a more customized and resilient approach is required. In response to these challenges, we present our innovative solution, the modified Corey model. Let's now shift our focus to the modified Corey model and uncover how it addresses the shortcomings of the previous models, providing us with a more precise characterization of fluid flow behavior in our reservoir. In the modified Corey equation, the use of normalized water saturation is crucial. To obtain this, we perform a linear regression to establish the correlation between normalized water saturation and water saturation. Initially, we input the parameters initial values, which we can guess as any value, for example, 1 into the relative permeability equation. We then apply a numerical optimization technique to generate new parameter values that better fit the experimental relative permeability data. The comparison of modified Corey relative permeability model with experimental relative permeability curve clearly demonstrates the accuracy of our modified Corey model in predicting relative permeability values that closely align with the experimental data. Through the validation metric MSE, or mean square error, we evaluate the performance of the model. The MSE for the non-wetting phase relative permeability between the modified Corey model and the experimental result is 6.24 times 10 to the power of minus 5, while the MSE for the wetting phase between the two models is 1.10 times 10 to the power of minus 6. The modified Corey model demonstrates improved accuracy in predicting the relative permeability behavior in the studied gas field, making it a more reliable and robust approach compared to the previous models. With great success in developing and validating our modified Corey model, showcasing its improved accuracy in predicting relative permeability behavior. Our focus now shifts toward exploring another widely used approach, the analytical solution model. In the next slide, we will delve into the fundamental principle of the analytical solution model and conduct a zero comparison with our modified Corey model. Through this analysis, we seek to gain a deeper understanding of the strengths and limitations of our modified Corey in predicting relative permeability from capillary pressure data compared to analytical solution model. The analytical solution, also known as the modified Brooks-Corey model, is widely utilized in numerical simulators for characterizing fluid flow in porous media. Upon comparing the analytical solution relative permeability model with the experimental relative permeability curve, we observe its higher accuracy in comparison to the Rose, Bruce, and Corey models. As a reminder, these parameters are fixed values obtained from the experimental permeability curve. To validate the model, we employ the least square approach to estimate the values of NW and NG, and then calculate the mean square error as the validation metric. The MSE for the non-wetting phase relative permeability between the model and the experimental data is 6.27 times 10 to the power of minus 5, while for the wetting phase it's 4.12 times 10 to the power of minus 6. These low MSE values provide compelling evidence supporting the model's effectiveness in accurately estimating the wetting phase relative permeability and non-wetting phase relative permeability. After thoroughly exploring the details and examining the performance of each model, let's now move into the conclusion of our comparative study analysis. Our thorough evaluation of the Rose, Bruce, and Corey models exposed notable deviations, making them unsuitable for accurately estimating relative permeability in this gas field. In contrast, the analytical solution, known as modified Brooks-Corey model, determined through a least square approach, offered a viable alternative with higher accuracy. However, the need for fixed and X-point value in this model may limit its ability to capture system complexities, potentially leading to inaccuracies in certain cases. Our modified Corey model emerged as a promising solution for relative permeability prediction in this gas field. Not only does this model accurately predict relative permeabilities that closely align with experimental data, surpassing other models in performance, but it also boasts enhanced flexibility by eliminating the requirement for fixed endpoint values like in the analytical solution model. These findings contribute valuable knowledge to the field of reservoir engineering and set the stage for further studies. Moving forward, future research could focus on refining our modified Cori model and incorporating additional factors to capture the complexities of different reservoir systems more effectively. For instance, this new method provides an additional parameter for the relative permeability model in the history matching process in reservoir simulation. Such advancements hold immense potential for advancing our understanding of fluid flow in porous media and further improving reservoir characterization. Thanks.
Alright, if there's no comments or feedback from the current audiences, perhaps I myself would like to add some comments and perhaps give questions as well. So, yeah, a very good presentation, Mr. Hatami. Very good topic on proposing a model to predict the relative permeability. A very useful objective since we can use this relative probability model to generate a relative probability curve. Suppose we do not have lab data yet. Okay, so perhaps I would like to ask one crucial question. I think I would like to know your opinion or your comment on what exactly is the difference between your model with the extended growth scoring. I mean, in the term of mathematical structure, it looks exactly the same. It has a constant in front of a constant that has a linear relationship, and also inside the bracket, it's basically a normalized saturation, and it also has an exponent. In terms of mathematical structure, it looks exactly the same. I would like to know your opinion on what makes your model different than the modified Brooks scoring.
Okay. Can you please write the question because I cannot hear it clearly from here?
Yes, sorry.
Can you please write the questions because I cannot hear it clearly?
Oh, okay, so perhaps I just write the questions and then perhaps you can answer it outside of our current session because our time currently is limited, but it's okay, I will get back to you later on. So, okay, as currently none of our audiences have any questions and feedbacks, I think that will be all for Mr. Hatami's sessions. Once again, give a round of applause for him. Alright, on to the second presenter, Mr. Muhammad Fakhri Atala. So, yeah, he's currently here, so he will be presenting his presentation live, offline. So now I am going to read the presenter profile first. So Mr. Muhammad Fakhri Atala will be presenting a paper on effect of permeability anisotropy, which is similarly a reservoir engineering subtopic. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in petroleum engineering ITB since 2021, and he previously obtained his bachelor in petroleum engineering as well in Pertamina University in 2022. And on his work experiences, he was a laboratory assistant in Pertamina University throughout of 2018. And he also worked as an intern of reservoir engineering in Pertamina FX School in 2019, and also a reservoir engineer in GMG Global Energy from June 22 to January 23. Okay, so the second presenter is Ahli. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Galang. Good afternoon, Mr. Galang and all in this room. Today I will present about my paper. The title is the Effect of Permeability and Isotropy of Reservoir Piping using Digital Physics Method. I am the first writer, Muhammad Faryala, and co-writer is Mr. Edi Rahman and Mr. Bahana and Ibu Sima. Okay, first of all, I will tell you about the background. Rock typing is the most important thing in petroleum engineering. The purpose of the rock typing is to separate the rock types, and usually rock typing uses the porosity and permeability. But in industry, permeability is measured just only in one direction. But arise a problem if the permeability is measured in three directions to the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. Yes. It is called the anisotropic permeability. We will resolve the different value. So in this research, I want to find the rock type that accommodates this problem. For the porosity and permeability anisotropy, I use the linear physics method to find the value for this research. Okay, for the methodology, in the first, the linear physics method is based on numerical simulation of physical experiments in realistic pore space at the pore scale. Here we can conduct laboratory measurements and significantly enhance Geoscience capabilities, because the digital experiments can be carried out in real time on small rock fragments such as core sample. The ways of working to find the permeability and anisotropy for the DRP software is using the ratio like equation 1 and steady state slope like in equation 2. After the permeability tensor is calculated, we use the permeability anisotropy curve is presented by level plus in 65 like in equation 3. Okay, next to the rock typing method that we use to calculate in the first is HFO or hydraulic flow unit method. HFO is presented by MFO in 93. The HFO is using rock quality index that can be grouped into the hydraulic units. For the equation, we use XZI equation like in equation 4, and for the RQI like in equation 5 and equation 6 like porosity fraction. And the next, we use the rock typing method, global hydraulic element method. This method is same like IFO method, but in the GitHub method, it is presented by Corbett et al. In 2003, using template to plotting the result in to find the rock types. In the next, we use the Whelan method. This Whelan method is use the memory injection capillary pressure. is introduced by Alkena in 2015. The Wiener method involves creating similar or Cartesian plots by plotting the sorted value of R35, the ratio of permeability to the square of porosity. Next, we use the Irawan method. This method presents an analysis of the influence of permeability anisotropy on reservoir characterization. This research utilises a novel approach in the universal classification of rock to avoid inconsistent rock characterization within and between samples. The study also explores the relationship between porosity, permeability, and specific surface area. In the next, this new method is using the equation like in equation 7. From the result, we use the data for Ben Emerson's phone to input in the DRP calculation. The result like in table 1. This is the result of total porosity value and efficient porosity. For volume, for porosity total, we can calculate with the equation like VP per VP, and the volume is output by the digital DRP method, and the porosity efficiency is output by module axis connectivity. Because axis connectivity is module can calculate the porosity can only separate like this. In the next, the value of the permeability value from output the digital DRP. The result is in 3 directions for KX, KY, and KZ with the 25 model. In the next, after we found the result of the permeability and porosity, we can plot in the table to find the relationship between porosity and permeability. From the figure 1, we can conclude that the porosity and permeability have a relationship, have a positive relationship. It is mean is good for relationship for porosity and permeability. The next, after we found the porosity and permeability, we plot the and we found the rock type to rock type that can accommodate the permeability anisotropy. From the figure 2, we use the HFU method to find the rock type. In the x-axis, we can found that the rock type is just only one, but in axis and z-axis is have 2 rock types. That's mean the HFU can accommodate the permeability anisotropy, and it is inconsistent result. And the next, we use the GHI method. From the table, from the figure, we know that in x-axis have two rock types. We know that in figure 1, they have a small dot, it's green dot, so it can be classified by 2 rock types. But in X and Z, they don't have, they only have 1 rock type. So the result GHI method can accommodate the permeability anisotropy. In the next, if we use the inland, we know that from the X, Y, and Z, even they have two rock type, but the spread from the z-axis, they have many macroporous. So if we use the new method, like the Irawan method, they fell into the one group sample in one direction. So just x-axis, x and z-axis, they have grouped by one rock type. So the result in our method can accommodate the permeability anisotropy. The next, for the validating, we use the area data that have porosity and permeability data from the lab, and the nugget data. After that, we compare the with the we use the HFO data too. In the area data, we know that they have an inconsistent data too, like in z-axis, and the GHI method, they have two rock type in z-axis, but in x-axis and y-axis, they have one rock type. And for the Winland method, in x and y axis, they have two rock type, but in z axis, they didn't have, they just only have one rock type. So for the nugget data, in inconsistent tool, for the nugget data, and for the GHI method, they have a result inconsistent too, and the Winland method is inconsistent too for the nugget data. So if we plot with the Irawan method, from the three rock, like Berea sandstone, nugget, and Berea data, they can fall into three different rock. And if it's they have three axes like in X, Y, and Z. So this method conclude that can accommodate the permeability anisotropy. For the discussion in general, porosity and permeability have a positive relationship in the between porosity and permeability in porous media. It's very complex and depend on various factors. Although there is no universal relationship that based on all porous media, it has been shown that in certain cases where the grain size and chemical properties are constant with porosity, there is a good relationship between permeability and porosity. In the next, the F1 GHI method based on reservoir quality index or RQI value, and the Winland method based on MICP cannot accommodate permeability anisotropy calculation with different results for each axis because the method it doesn't consider the measurement direction factor. For the Irawan method, confirm that this method can accommodate permeability anisotropy characterized by the fall of the same value on a gradient between x, y, and z axis because it is assumed to be an orthogonal interpretation of system which allow flow in three directions. The Irawan method can separate one rock from another with different gradient value within each sample. For the conclusion, one, based on the result of DRP, the porosity and permeability value in its direction can be obtained with good and related result. For number two, permeability anisotropy has an important impact on the characterization of reservoir rock. In the process of prototyping, it is necessary to pay attention to how the effect of permeability and isotropy can affect the result of rock classification. Three to accommodate anisotropic permeability value, a suitable rock typing method is a method that can recognize and differentiate rock based on the permeability characteristic in each direction. The method that can be used in this case is Irawan method. So for the recommendation, can do more experiments and data collection to verify the accuracy and reliability of the ERP method in estimating the porosity and permeability value of all in each direction. With the data set, more accurate and representative result can be obtained. In addition, the Irawan method should also be tested more broadly to further verify the ability of this new rock typing. That's all from me.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fahri, for the intriguing presentation on the permeability and isotropy. So now I will ask the audiences, online or offline, whether there are any questions or feedbacks. Anyone? In the back? Okay, so perhaps there's no question and feedback from the current audience, or perhaps I myself would like to ask a little bit. So, from those prototyping methods that you show, I mean, how exactly do you conclude that there is the effect of permeability and isotropy? So, I mean, like prototyping, when you use the method, you can like just categorize them into like one classification of rock. I mean, how would you determine the effect of permeability and isotropy itself? Like especially in the Irawan method, so all I see is only the graph of the permeability over porosity and then something on the x-axis, and where is the effect of permeability and isotropy? Okay.
Thank you, from Mr. Galan. I will answer the HFU, and Wheeler method cannot consider the permeability anisotropy because the method doesn't consider the measurement direction factor. But in our method, they have a C factor. It assumed to be an orthogonal interpretation to system which allow flow in the three direction. The equation is like in equation 7 for the C factor. This C factor have orthogonal tube system. It can be calculate the permeability anisotropy, and it's accommodated to in each direction, so they can fall into one group.
Oh, okay, so but it wasn't in the slide the calculation for the C itself, or is it? So the slide where you show the scatter plot, the above equation, so the left hand side is Y and then the right hand side is X. You don't calculate the C?
Oh, I calculated, but it include I'm sorry, I'm not sure the calculation.
Alright, okay, so, okay, thank you. So, yeah, perhaps as a feedback, it would be better to completely show the calculation process and then what is this effect of permeability and isotropy can be concluded from your calculations. And then perhaps from the conclusions, I see that you mentioned the relation of permeability porosity is like a positive relationship. Perhaps you could elaborate more on that. I mean, like how positive? Because if it's a common sense, like if you have higher porosity, most of the time you will have higher permeability, and it is a positive relationship, of course. But we are talking about how positive. Yeah. Okay, so perhaps you could elaborate more on that. Perhaps on your when you are presenting your thesis letter. Okay, that is all from me, and then I guess there's nobody else who will be asking questions and feedback. Thank you very much, Mr. Fatih, for the very good presentation. Okay, so that is for the second presenter. We move on to the third and the last presenter for today, Mr. Lutfi Abel Baskara. So while Mr. Lutfi is preparing for his stage presence, I will be reading his profile. So, Mr. Lutfi will be presenting about flow experience study for CO2 transport. It's production engineering subtopic. So he's currently pursuing a master's in petroleum engineering in ITB since 2022, and previously obtained his bachelor in UPN Veteran Yogyakarta in 2020. And he also has been working as a flow excellence engineer and research assistant in LABI ITB since 2022 until now. And previously he had experiences such as being a student exchange advisor in petroleum engineering ITB for 5 months, as a lab assistant in UPN Veteran Yogyakarta, as well as doing his final thesis there in 2020, and he completed his practical work in Gas Oil Sukaranti in 2019. Alright, okay, so without further ado, please welcome our last presenter for today, Mr. Lutfi Abel Baskara.
Okay, thank you for the time. And good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I want to say thank you for the ICDLE committee that having me to present my research. My name is Lutfi Abel Baskara, and I conduct my research entitled Professional Study for Preferential to Transport through Offshore GCS with Mrs. Sylvia Dewi Rahmawati from the Geology Department in FTTM, ITB, and Mr. Antonio Sundarto from Faculty of Industrial Technology, ITB. In this contemporary discourse, there has been a surge in media coverage and advocacy surrounding the net zero emission campaign, especially in Indonesia. Indonesian government has a target that Indonesia will reach the net zero emissions in year 2030. This campaign, because the climate change are very getting worse every year. As seen in Figure 1, based on the observed trends and forecast scenario for annual carbon emissions and mean global temperature collected by Wills et al. In 2017. The first picture stated that showing that the annual carbon emissions will rise until around 30 gigatons in year 2100, with the temperature change around 8 degrees Fahrenheit. This is a very serious conditions, as reported by International Energy Agency in year 2020. That the cumulative indirect emissions of greenhouse gases from oil and gas, especially, are around 15% of the overall GHG emissions. So we, as the oil and gas bodies, I give 15% of the GHG emissions or greenhouse gas emissions. So there are one method to reduce the carbon emissions called carbon capture and storage (CCS) and carbon capture utilization and storage or CCUS. Lewin et al. In 2014 stated that carbon capture and storage (CCS) is a method that is capable of capturing and preserving up to 90% of CO2 emissions, especially from natural sources like fossil fuel power stations. CCS has three steps in there. First one is CO2 capture. CO2 capture, in the initial CO2 capture, CO2 from the sources will be captured and compressed to be a liquid CO2. In this process also, CO2 will getting into the AGU or acid gas removal unit to remove the impurities from the CO2 to give the high purity. And also, CO2 will be dehydrated in CO2 dehydration unit to reduce the water content to make the pure CO2. The high purity of CO2 will transport it will go to CO2 transport. And there is a three method to transport CO2 from the storage facilities to the injection point. First, the most popular method is pipeline transport, using pipeline transport. After CO2 transported to the injection point, it will be injected to the storage, and we call the CO2 storage section. Over in the Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia, according to Lian in year 2022, stated that Southeast Asia has a formation that have the high possibility to have the biggest storage potential for CCS. The first one is Indonesia, as shown in figure 3. Further, Indonesia is Indonesia with 41% potential, and second one is Malaysia with 25% potential, Thailand 12% potential, and Brunei in the 10% potential. And the other is the other countries like Vietnam, Myanmar, and the other small countries. In CCS, the most costly component in the process is our storage facilities and pipelines. As shown in figure 4 and figure 5, there is a cost and return for CO2 transport and storage from Sumba and Bali CCS project, highlighted by gray color. There are offshore transport. Offshore transport has a big portion of from the all CO2 transport and storage. So it will be necessary to design the pipeline for CO2 transport to minimize the cost. Recently, I used to research. This I also did in field LIB. Field LIB is a giant gas field located in Province in Indonesia. So the CO2 that will be injected back to the reservoir or storage are the remaining from LNG process. Mentioned in figure 6, the field LNG schematic, produced LNG will go into the storage facilities to separate it from the utilities, and the CO2 will go into AGU and CO2 dehydration unit and will be compressed and transported to the pipeline to the LNG field aquifer. The approximate distance between the dehydration unit and the injection location are about 201 kilometers, with the most probable reservoir to be about 1.5 kilometers in sea levels. Okay. Next, I would want to provide the consist overview of the CO2, the primary substance of the interest. Carbon dioxide, as we know, carbon dioxide is colorless, odorless, and quite corrosive organic gas with mole ratio and the value 44.01. Moitur et al. In 2012 stated that the most efficient state of CO2 carbon transport is a specific or supercritical phase. Why? Because in the supercritical phase, CO2 has we can see CO2 as a liquid, but if we observe that CO2 liquid has the properties of CO2 gas. The CO2 that coming out from the degradation unit not always a pure CO2. There are some impurities still exist on the CO2 mixture. The impurities will affect the CO2 phase and flow, as shown in figure 7. Recorded from molecular shown the pure CO2 phase and flow and CO2 with impurities phase and flow. The impact of impurities will change the critical point of CO2. Hall et al. In 2014 stated that almost all impurities increase in critical pressure, but if the components with critical temperature lower than pure CO2, will lower the critical temperature of the mixture. While those with critical temperature higher than pure CO2 will raise the critical temperature of the mixture. And this is proven in PLRB, as shown in figure 8 and table 1, that the three different levels of impurities. The first one is pure CO2, second one is 0.01% of water, the third one is CO2 plus 0.5 water. From the result with this simulation, we can notice that the more higher water content or impurities in the CO2 mixture will raise the critical pressure and critical temperature of a CO2 mixture. Okay, next. Yes, CO2 properties in pipeline condition. We had all into 2022, stating that specifically, supercritical CO2 pipelines stands at the most optimal choice for efficient transportation over the substantial distance, both onshore and offshore. But to ascertain whether CO2 transported in the pipeline still under design the supercritical conditions, the pressure enthalpy analysis is needed to carry out. This analysis involves the minimum and maximum condition in the pipeline, and we overlay it with the present flow pressure and enthalpy present flow of CO2. And from figure 9, for third, from three different properties, we still on the same conditions, both in the max and minimum pipeline conditions, still on the design of supercritical CO2. The next is CO2 transport simulation. One et al. Stated that the transportation pressure, temperature, pipeline flow, total heat, transfer coefficient, and ambient temperature need to be investigated to establish the range of parameters for safe and efficient CO2 carbon transport. To know and mitigate the problem that may occur during the CO2 carbon transport, it's to be needed the simulation, and we use the dynamic transient simulations. With the use of dynamic transient simulation, we can cut the time and know how to design the optimum state of the pipeline transport. As shown in figure 12, there are pipeline modeling for CO2 in Orga software. Optimum pipeline diameter is necessary to perform in CO2 transport. Why? Because with selecting the optimal plan diameter, we can reduce the cost to the optimal state. To choose the optimum pipeline diameter, there are two methods. The first one is using the erosional velocity, and the second one is pressure drop. Ada Misani in 2019 stated that over 40 years, we used to API recommended practice 14E. They recommend the maximum velocity 15 feet per second, or if you are equal to 1 to minimize the erosion impact. Whereas Hubble in 2018 stated that a common rule of thumb to assure pressure drop is around 1 psi or 0.06 per 100 feet of pipeline. The section need to observe for the pressure drop is the most horizontal one. Why? Because the most horizontal pipeline is not affected by gravitation. And from the simulation results shown in Chapter 2 and Figure 11, we can see that 12-inch pipeline diameter is most optimum diameter. Why? Because it has a pressure drop below the maximum value 0.06 and EVR maximum in 0.4, very low below the line. But if we see in the 14 diameter inch pipeline, they have it has pressure drop, low pressure drop and EVR. So it has negative value in pressure difference. So the outlet pressure will be higher than inlet pressure. So however, it is important to note which may result in the back pressure occurrences during the CO2 transport. The biggest challenge in CO2 transport are corrosions. Why? Because the reaction between CO2 and the pipeline material that still will lead to corrosions. Usually, for the pipeline CO2 transport, use the carbon steel pipelines. But sometimes the CO2 has some condition that increase the water content in the CO2 mixture, so will increase the corrosions in the pipeline. As shown in Figure 11 on the simulation analysis, simulation results, it's shown with the yellow graph that corrosion will occur while 0.5% of water content, and it be very high. Around 13 millimeters per year. And the corrosion not started from the first section, but in the middle section of the pipeline. This is because the impact of pressure and temperature. Barker et al. In 2016 stated that the increase of corrosions is influenced by pressure and temperature. In high pressure conditions, the capacity of CO2 to dissolve water is heightened, leading to an augmentation of water content in the CO2 phase. Moreover, lowering the temperature can further enhance the solubility of water in CO2, which may result in an increased amount of water being dissolved in the CO2 mixture. To mitigate the corrosion, we need to proper training. We need to proper training of water removal in the sewage facilities. It is needed to be designed. to make the pure CO2 that will be transported 25 times. And also, we can choose the material based on the CO2 mixture compositions. Findings from Choi in 2010 that the corrosion rate of carbon steel CO2 with saturated water was notably high, and for that increase with the addition of oxygen. That's why table 2 from Limay and Sims in 2019 shows the alternative material that can be chosen to for the pipeline in the CO2 transport. For the CO2 transport with high water content, we can use duplex carbon steel or maybe nickel alloy carbon steel that has the corrosion resistance is excellent. So the conclusions from this research is the first presence of impurities and water content directly impact the rate of CO2. High water content in CO2 will result in the unallocation of the CO2. So the erosional velocity ratio remains unaffected by water content. The solid particle content primarily the influence of the erosion on the pipeline wall, provided the fluid is in motion. Third one, corrosion can occur in pipelines when the variation in pressure and temperature leads to an expansion in the volume of the water, resulting in its interaction with pipeline material. Hence, it's important to observe the field characteristic by utilizing pressure temperature and pressure enthalpy measurement. As conclusions, the careful choices of materials for the movement of CO2 to the pipeline is from paramount significance. Owing the distance, this distinctive problems posed by CO2 and the relative procedure and effective confidence. We can use corrosion resistant requirement for materials such as stainless steel, chromium steel, or maybe we can use polyethylene. Can increase corrosion to likelihood of multi-phase flow and the presence of water content in solid state. Recommendations is important to employ the interaction simulation methodology, pressure enthalpy, and pressure temperature analysis to ascertain variation in parameter so the transportation of CO2. So, commencing the comprehensive investigation is crucial on the development of surface infrastructure designs, aiming to achieve a significant degree of CO2 utility with the ultimate objective of mitigating the pipeline corrosion. If the CO2 stream possesses a sufficiently low degree of purity and content impurities like nitrogen sulfate or water, it can be expected the corrosion rate will high. So, implementing a more corrosion resistant like chromium pipelines becomes imperative. Last, including contaminants within the CO2 stream will reduce the alteration in its properties such as critical pressure and temperature, so impacting the behavior during CO2 transportation. Maybe that's all that I can say this afternoon. Thank you for the consideration and
Thank you very much, Mr. Lofi, a great presentation. Okay, so now I'm going to open the question and feedback session for the audience, online and offline. Is there any question or feedback? Anyone? Okay, so no one. It's getting dark outside, right? Okay, so perhaps I would like to ask just one simple question. So, the variation of the fluid in your study is only 3, so like CO2 impurities and then some percentage of water. Why is that variation and specific variation? So like 0%, 0.01 something percent, and then 0.5%. Why do you vary it?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Okay, in Catalan. Actually, this composition I get from LED field that it is projected into for it to be CO2. But from the PVD analysis from the field energy, there is some water content that 0.01 percentage in there. And I place the water content in the mixture. Why? Because I want to know how much water content that leading to corrosion in the plants. Like that.
I see. So it's like a preset data already there.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, a very good presentation. Perhaps as a feedback, it would be great. You're doing like flow patterns and corrosion analysis. So perhaps in the material selection, it would be great if perhaps you don't only mention this material as excellent, but perhaps you can do the same analysis. I mean, it's not my specialization, but I, as someone who does not really know, but I want to know how good it is for the flow so that we don't have corrosion. I would expect to see some numbers on how good will the material you choose facing the problem of corrosion. So if you have any numbers, that would be great. And yeah, I think that's all. Once again, great presentation. If there are no more questions and feedbacks from the audience, perhaps I can close Mr. Lutfi's session. Once again, thank you very much. Okay, that's all for me, and that's all for today's presentation in this room B. I will be giving back the stage to the MC. Thank you very much for the chance given to me as the moderator. My name is Galang, and I'm signing off.
Thank you so much again to the amazing presenter, also our amazing moderator, Mr. Gas NSG. And once again, thank you so much for being part of this exceptional day. Let's result. Recharge and come back to already to make day to even more memorable. We will see you back and link tomorrow. Have a wonderful afternoon and see you tomorrow. Thank you.